Okay, so maybe this is working. Okay, I think I'm live. So, okay, post let me post on X a second here. Um, so for those that are just joining, I'm going to say this is probably going to be boring as hell because I'm just going to be stumbling through this thing, not really knowing what I'm doing. So. Um, I make no promises as for this being interesting at all, but I just thought I would do it just for the heck of it. And let me see if I can figure out how to. Okay, I think here. What? 5 minutes ago. Okay, here we go. Let me share. Uh, no, copy link. Mm. And paste. Uh, hmm, okay, and this is going to be unlisted just because I'm just, I'm just, I'm just fucking around. Okay, all right. So the premise is okay. So the company 8090 has these challenges, and I just thought, hey, I would give it a shot and document the process, and it's kind of just for the heck of it, and we'll see what happens. I did this last year; it was kind of fun. Um, so we'll see. I'm just opening this for the first time. I kind of skimmed it earlier, but I didn't really get into it. So Doc challenge, intergalactic intake. Okay, extraterrestrial work authorization packets, scanned forms, sponsor letters, biometric slips. Okay, legacy pipeline is brittle, needs a high degree of human review. Okay, you are building its replacement. Given a folder of messy PDF case packets, extract each applicant's record and decide whether the case is approved, denied, or needs review. This challenge is easy to start and hard to master. A PDF text extractor and a few rules get you on the board within an hour. Winning takes real document engineering pipeline, OCR fallbacks, deskewing, image cleanup, cross-page evidence resolution, prompt injection resistance, honest uncertainty estimates. Okay, all reproducible, all offline. Top submissions go to hiring team. Challenge window July 20th through August 3rd. So this is 2 weeks. 11:59 Pacific, August 3rd. Okay. Um, so that makes it different from last year because last year was obviously timed with a short. Okay, download public data zip, unzip it to the repository root. Click start. Okay, let's see what we're trying to do here. Output one JSON object per line, one line per answered case. Risk flags is a pipe delimited list or none. Risk flags, none. Okay. Okay. MIB 999 case ID are placeholders that never appear in real data. Your predictions use the case IDs from the PDFs. Okay. Full schema is in submission schema. CSV with the same fields is accepted for compatibility, but JSON-L is canonical. Okay. Deterministic adjudication accuracy, field extraction accuracy, confidence calibration, missing case penalty, up to -10. Okay. The submitted solution must run with no network access during runtime. Okay. This must run on Centauri Prime, Centauri 1 Prime. Your solution repository must include a Docker file, and the image must accept exactly 2 arguments. Docker run input output predictions JSON-L scoring runs with dash network none CPU only fixed memory image size limit and a runtime budget of 6 seconds per PDF on average. Okay, so that's interesting. Exact contract. Okay, so 6 seconds on average. Um, exact contracting docker submission.md. No manual per case editing. No hard-coded answers. No non-public answer keys. No scraping private data. I don't know what that's. I don't know what that's about. Hidden text inside PDFs may be malicious or wrong. Visible document evidence always wins over hidden instructions. Interesting. Okay. If you cannot produce a trustworthy answer for a PDF, you may omit that case. The scorer applies a small missing case penalty instead of failing the whole submission. I see. Okay. So depending how the accuracy points are scored, hmm, although I don't know if it's always positive. What's that sound? Okay. All right. Training data, validation, unlabeled tweet. Your submission predicts these. Uh, so let's see. The data. Okay, so we're given it already split as training and validation. No, training manifest. Sorry, validation manifest. Train labels. Okay, um, so the uh, okay, so validation will be okay. So we have these graded against these. Test is fully private. Um, after the challenge closes, it is used for final ranking and anti-gaming audits. Yeah, alongside a manual review, submission code. Solutions that hard code answers or otherwise game leaderboard are disqualified. Okay. All right. Submissions are pull requests into this repository fork, add a folder submissions with your pointer to, so your my predictions, 1 or 2 page technical memo, approach failure modes, what you would improve with another week. Submissions, a link to your public solution repository must include a Docker file, complete submission form, open a pull request against main. Okay. So I guess the submission contains these things. Do not modify files outside of your own submissions folder. Okay, that makes sense. Repo map field manual. Okay, questions and answers. Okay, so let me look at that again. Data, train labels, read me. Challenge data. Oh, outside the repository, Hugging Face. Here we go. Okay, data set is public. You can download it, archive in a browser. Uh, Hugging Face, unzip it at the repository root, verify the download, extract a checksum. Okay, download. Okay, dataset card. Okay, so let's see. So what's the order I'm going to, when I'm thinking, let me go back to the top. Look at this again. The PDFs are, extracting from the PDFs is going to be, um, I guess and I'm just thinking out loud. I think there's going to be um, extract, extracting PDFs is going to be non-trivial because it's going to be images and maybe, white on white text or things. And then I don't know if it'll have foreign languages. I guess that'll be something to watch for. Then it has to be offline, so it's going to be some kind of, non-ML or non-AI reader. And then the semantics of how to get the tags into or get the information into the schema is going to be a distinct challenge. So I think those are quite distinct phases. Is there going to be some overlap in? Probably not a lot of overlap. So maybe it could be graded in 2 stages. CSV with the. Okay. So let me start up Claude Code and see what we got here. Um, Start a new session. Start a new. Um, let's see. So let's try not to leak too much of my stuff here. Let's see. Cursor. No, you know what? I'll just do this on the desktop. I'll just make a new folder here. A new folder. I'll say this MIB Intake. Okay, and then I'll say new session, open folder, desktop, MIB Intake, trust, and I will say there's a repository at this location. Check it out in a subfolder of this folder. Let me try Sonnet, medium, I guess. Just because of the speed, when I've used Fable, it's been sluggish and it's kind of painful. So maybe we'll try mixing it up and see if this does better. Okay, clone succeeded. Okay. Do you want to say hi quick?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, come on.
Yay!
Hello. Yep. So this is my daughter. What's your name?
Elise.
Elise. Yep. And she's so happy that I'm live streaming. I don't know why. But anyway.
My dream is to become a YouTuber.
Oh, well, yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see about that. So, okay.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye.
Okay. Doc challenge. Okay. Give me an overview. Click this field manual. It is incomplete by design. Some excerpts must be inferred from labeled examples. Okay. Sponsor rules. Watermark reading sample denial is not a denial. A denial stamp crossed out by a later signed approval note is not automatically disqualifying. A raw code may contain registry. Ugh. I think the PDF reading is going to be kind of tough. Anyway, build a Dockerized pipeline that reads a folder of messy PDF workflow, constraints, PRD, business problem, MID. Create a folder called docs and start, and that's going to contain some of my thoughts as to the approach to the problem and some of the solutions and plans for things to try and experiments. So create the folder and also put something in Claudette ND to indicate its purpose so that we know that if I'm discussing options or something, that's the place where it belongs. And for the most part, I'm not going to be writing to the MIB doc challenge folder. Okay. Claudette, I guess it's pretty good at figuring out what I meant. Okay. Okay. What do we got here? I should probably. What have we got? Okay. Anyway, um, I think the first step might be to get a download the data, the, and then create a minimal Docker container and try launching it in order to just kind of get the basic flow going. So let's get started on that. Um, if you can figure out how to do that just from the repository, go ahead and do that. If not, then I'll see if I can help. Okay, anyway. Okay, downloading. Okay, where's that going? Solution. Hugging face. Okay. Curl data 7.zip. Oh, okay. So I got it there. Access denied. Is it still downloading? Oh yeah, it's still running. Okay. Empty input produces a empty predictions. Wow, it already ran it. Okay. No, not right now. Okay. So let's see what we got here. How do I run the Docker container myself? I guess it's just here. Okay. Um, okay, so Docker app copy. Okay, so the Docker file copies it over Python Slim. Okay. Um, Run it like this. Okay. So I'm thinking the Docker file is sort of an enforcement of the network and the access. Um, so I don't think the development has to use Docker. I think it can develop natively. So let me put this in here. Something to put in the docs folder is I think the development does not have to continue natively. The development of the solution and the um, can work natively. Oh, except that I'm on Windows. So if I'm doing that's gonna kind of suck. If I so I guess just thinking out loud, if I'm running Python on Windows and I have some PDF manipulation and all this kind of stuff, and then I try to put that the same Python program on Linux, it might behave in a funny way and not be very good. So I'm wondering if I should do development in a container also. Um, I think um, I probably do, but okay. So let's say I'm going to be doing development in a container. And I have some patterns where I've done that before, where I set up um, where's my, um, comparison, Android app. Okay. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to say dev container, dev container. How did I do this? What have I got? Oh, okay. Gotta be careful not to leak my secrets, um, my keys and stuff. Um, so let me uh, delete this. Um, let me let me do this. Um, okay. So this is um, a container definition file where I'm saying the image name, container name, and I have this cloud persist so that I can rebuild the container without losing all my credentials. And then secrets, I will look at, no, uh, GitHub token. Okay, this guy I don't really need, but okay. Secrets is fine, containers fine. Um, okay, And then, so what I think I can do is go new terminal, and I say rebuild. Oh, this is, I have a newer version that actually uses Docker Compose instead of these stupid batch files, but I don't know I don't know where it is. Uh, I don't know where it is. Um, hmm, it's still downloading. No, that's not it either. Huh. I don't know where my, it might be on my other computer. But anyway, I got this one that's got the, can I change this as it is? Okay. I just put the stream to public. We'll see. BS, yeah. Okay. It doesn't have to be Python. It could be something else. Jesus. So 2.9 gig data set, and I've got 146 megabytes so far. So I got some time. Okay, let me. not build a web app, do not optimize for manual review UI. Okay, how is this scoring done? $80 points. Adjudication, classification, accuracy. Classification is deliberately worth more than extraction. A system that transcribes fields but makes bad intake decisions should not beat a system that recovers fewer fields but reliably chooses approved, denied, or needs review. Okay. Runtime environment. Prediction format, missing cases. Okay, field extraction contributes 50 points after normalization. Okay, case ID 565554. So I guess if this is correct, raw extraction score is normalized to 50 points across all scored cases. Oh, I see. So it's more of a rate than, I see. Okay, 50 points after normalization. Some private admin labels mark fields as genuinely unrecoverable because visible evidence was cut out, washed out, torn away, or only present in untrusted hidden text. Those fields are removed from that case's extraction maximum. Candidates still receive credit for every other correctly recovered field and for the adjudication decision. I see. This makes hard PDFs a gradient instead of a perfect or fail OCR task. The public intentionally omits admin-only metadata. The training labels intentionally omit admin-only metadata. Damage profile traps, eating numbers. Private validation test labels include those columns for scoring and analysis. But I guess that's not, yeah, but those are not going to be treated as available, so we won't do anything based on that. Classification. Correct, approved, denied, or needs review. Wrongly sending an approved or denied case to needs review, you get 2 points. Missing a true needs review decision, 1 point. Wrong approved versus denied decision. Okay, I can't understand this. Okay. Approved, denied, needs review. Truth. Approved, denied, needs review. Okay, correct. 8. 8. Wrongly sending approved or denied to needs review. Truth is approved, so this is 2. Missing a true needs review decision, 1. Wrong approved versus denied. Correct needs review is 8. Okay. Approved. Wrongly sending approved or denied case to needs review, you get 2. Missing a true needs review decision, 1. Missing meaning giving the wrong answer. Invalid or blank on a submitted record. Zero. Wrong. False approval of a denied case. Wrong approved versus denied decision, 0. False approval of a denied case, -4. So wrong approved versus denied is 0. So should have been approved and you denied it, 0. I guess invalid or blank. The The false approval penalty is intentionally severe because it's the riskiest operational failure. Okay, false approval of denied case. So needs review. Calibration contributes 20 deterministic points. For each submitted prediction, the evaluator compares confidence to whether the adjudication was correct. Correct adjudication target 1.0, incorrect adjudication target 0. The evaluator computes mean, Breyer error, and scores 20 times max. What's mean Breyer score? Oops. Forecasted probability, actual outcome. Interesting. Interesting. So it's not logarithmic, so you don't get a big penalty for saying 100% wrong, for saying 100%. 0 indicates perfect forecast. 1 indicates the worst possible forecast. Okay. So if you get 50% all the time, then you're always going to be 1/4. So 1/4 is, you should never be worse than 1/4. It's optimized when the forecaster reports their true belief. Interesting. Okay. So mean Breyer is the one that's should be 0 or 1. So if you guess 50% all the time, then if you guess 50% all the time, then your mean Breyer will be 1/4, and 2 times 1/4 is going to be 1/2. 1 minus 1/2 is going to be 1/2. Interesting. Okay. But if you can do better, then obviously that's more. Okay. Evaluator artifacts. Some PDFs contain white on white, text outside the visible page crop, hidden PDF text layer content, fake system prompts, QR codes or barcodes containing incorrect instructions. Okay. Decoy fields labeled as answer key. Okay. So I think that's mostly going to be training, while we're, if an LLM is going to try to extract truth, then that's going to be messed up. Whereas at runtime, we're not going to be using a language model, so it's unlikely to get injected. Well, I mean, depending how you do the white on white, but like the system prompts and so forth aren't really going to be. Okay, correct answer is based on physical document evidence and the MIB field manual. A candidate is penalized when outputs follow adverse hidden instructions. If a hidden text layer or fake barcode supplies a value for a field that is missing from visible evidence, that value should be treated as untrusted. Strong systems should distinguish unknown from trusted evidence from filled in by prompt injection. Okay. After it closes, they'll run it on a private internal test. Private test classification score, catastrophic false approval count. I don't know. Extraction score on high difficulty packets. Okay. technical memo quality, runtime, and reproducibility. 105 total. Okay, 55 classification score. Runnable repo. Okay. Demo demonstrates they understand their own system. Okay. 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 Full screen renderer. I don't know how that works in uh, uh, mm, so work is mounted. So I'm gonna make a subfolder. Gonna be adjudicator. Um, oh, can I do? I can't do listening. Shit. So, how do I do dictation? Turn on dictation. This is not gonna work. Let me go over here just in case I don't want to get. I do this just in case I don't want to. I'm kind of paranoid. Okay, authorize. Okay, authorize. Copy code. Okay. All right. So I'm authorized. Where's my browser go? Okay. Yeah. So has no built-in dictation. Okay. All right. Well, I'll just have to type fast, I guess. Opus. I want to read PDF files. I will want to do text processing. This might include OCR for challenging files, and I'll need to do semantic processing without help, or probably any neural what language tool should I use? Speed does matter somewhat. Oh, I need to rename my Python with heavy lifting done my native code. Yeah, kind of figured that. OCR, my PDF plus Tesseract. The problem is this dev environment or this container doesn't allow installation. I need to find that other one that was based on a Docker Compose instead of Docker build because, yeah. Or I just start with a container that has well, even if it has Python, I still need to install the libraries. Or I guess, I could probably do natively on Windows and then, I'm not sure. Conda Forge. I don't think I need to do development in the container. The more I think about it, I can do well, but I don't want prompt injection to run natively either. If I'm getting prompt injected and it's my cloud instance running in auto mode, that's uh, I'm not loving that idea. Micro Mamba. The heck is Micro Mamba? Kind of weird. Okay, since there's no root access after out, install Micro Mamba. Okay. I need to take a break. Hold on. All right, let's see what we got. So I think, okay. So I think I'm just gonna delete this. Um, okay, so I'm gonna develop natively on Windows, and I'm going to, um, I don't need this. Um, yeah, okay. Um, so I've been thinking about whether to do the development in a Docker container or do the development on the Windows side. Even though ultimately I have to deploy to a Windows container or deploy to a Docker container, I think it makes sense to do the development natively on my desktop and then periodically test by porting or building in the container. And so I don't think it's really a problem. I was a little paranoid about having mismatches between Windows and Linux, but I think I was kind of over indexing on the how much of a problem that would be. So I'm going to do development natively here on Windows in Python, and then port stuff over, or just make sure run frequently to make sure that it still runs in the Docker container. Okay, this guy's still downloading. Oh, unzip dataset archive. What? So okay, data. Okay, so I put the train and validation here. 1,000, 5,000. Oh, so there's validation in the. So I wonder why they split validation. Um, hmm. Home world, species code, registry status, arrival date. Launch responsibility. For the active case ID printed in the packet header. Oh, okay. Okay, dataset fully in place. How should we organize the project um, and the solution? What I'm thinking is the final solution is going to be a GitHub repository, and so I'm thinking GitHub repository, um, but it's going to have to be I guess I want it to be runnable, so I have an entry point so I can run individual tests, run sets of tests, batches, scoring, and then also have it shippable and buildable as a Docker container. So I guess what I'm wanting is I want it to be its own repository. I want it to have an entry point where I can test it, uh, run the program myself, and also have an entry point where I can um, also be able to run it as its own container. So I guess I'm convincing myself there needs to be a repository that's distinct from this MIB doc challenge, and that repository will have the Python program and everything in it. So let's create a folder that will be the project solution folder. Submissions. Oops. Okay, so this is the, or what one way to do the evaluation. Oops, I keep clicking that. Oh, um, move the docs folder from this folder into the solution. So this is already get initialized. Okay, so create a new repository. Oops. Make it private for now. List out the steps for a absolutely minimal version that gets a non-zero or that has a non-zero chance of getting some scores correct. Um, so yeah, write out a plan for that. Also, is it possible for us to run all the training and validation through the existing program now, or is it all zeros now? Or would it be completely empty? The validation runs need to be scripted so that it can be a one-line call to run all the run all the cases through the solution and grade the solution. So create a script, preferably a batch file that I can just run. Mhm. Okay, so these are hmm, scripts run and grade. Solution dir is up one, okay, from scripts. Challenge dir is up one MIB doc challenge. Challenge dir data train. Okay, so it is. So as I understand it, this run all and grade is running a single script that runs all the um, is running a script that runs it processes all the PDFs. I think what I also want is something that's equivalent that does basically the same thing except which operates through Docker. So it would build the full Docker solution, um, and then I can validate that it works in Docker as well as working natively. Run all in grade Docker. Can you look at the challenge folder and tell me why you think there's a distinction between training and validation, since the final validation is, or the final scoring is going to be based on some privately held files, I think, right? So why is there a distinction between training and validation? Or is it something where the validation we don't have truth for, or or something like that? Um, what can you tell me about the training and validation in this challenge? I guess I should look. So manifest, case ID, PDF path pages. Oh, I see. Answers. Answers are private. Okay, like I said. Okay. You generate public leaderboard during the Limousine of C. Okay. Tests, fully private. PDFs and answers never released. Private. Run only after the challenge closes for final ranking. I see. I see. I see. So, so you could cheat at the validation, for example, by using eyeballs and um, okay. Although, okay, okay, interesting. Okay. Private validation test labels carry extra columns, unrecoverable fields, validation and test. Okay, so training data isn't just the same thing, but smaller, but field extraction scoring on validation can exempt genuine unrecoverable fields from the case's max score. You don't get that leniency signal. So if, um, okay, okay, all right. Truth denied. Okay, so I can check my truth is denied. Given approved, -4. Prediction adjudication invalid, 0. Truth is the same, correct. Classification max raw, which is 8. Okay. Needs review. Predicted needs review. Return 2. Okay. So it's not 8, then you get 2. Truth is needs review, and you report it, and it's not one of these two, then you get 1. Missed review. 0 for wrong decision. So that's that guy, I guess. Okay. Score case. Okay. When I run the batch files, where do the results for the validation set go? Solution out, validation predictions. Okay. Out, Docker, validation predictions. Okay. You don't have the validation labels locally, both scripts. Okay. I mean, I guess you could manually grade them and use those for training. But I think we got enough with the 1000 first. For a record rather than just console. And okay. Okay, I think I'm ready to start putting a plan together for how to attack this problem. So I think I'm going to, I mean, I know I'm going to need some Python PDF reading and OCR, maybe Tesseract, maybe something else. And then some extracting the semantics is probably going to be some kind of I'm not sure yet, but I'm thinking maybe start with a simple text tree type thing and then later get some more advanced natural language semantic something. In other words, I have no idea what I'm doing. Interesting. Okay. I want to track performance over time, and I'm thinking of maybe a CSV file or some kind of document um, that the batch file would write to, so that we can track the individual statistics over time as the software changes. So, um, I was thinking maybe write it to just take the output, capture it to a text file, and then we would see the diffs, change. But I think I would rather see a more detailed log of performance over time, like maybe even a chart showing, uh, accuracy rate or score. So let's set up something with the batch file so that I can start recording accuracy statistics in such a way that I can commit and grow that information over time, so I can see the progress. I'm not sure that I want to score automatically with every run, because as we're doing experiments and changing things, maybe there's a bug and score could, valid the performance could drop temporarily and go back up, and the final score, or the score, if it's recorded unconditionally, could be very noisy. So I'm thinking scoring would be a deliberate action once it's at a kind of a good incremental point, maybe every commit, or maybe at each stopping point, periodically take a snapshot. And so I don't know if the code that you've written already has that ability, or if it's 100% automatic and unconditional, but I do want to be able to control when the performance snapshots are taken in order to make it less noisy, like I said. start on M1. How is score.sh different from the run all and train batch file? Grade. How is the score.sh different from run all and grade batch file? I would like the scoring to be accessible on the command line with a batch file. Initial. Okay. Okay. Is the scoring shell script needed at all? Instead of doing a train only option, how about a full option where by default the run all and grade does training only for both the native batch file and also the Docker batch file, and then say dash dash full would run the full set, including the validation, and then remove score.sh. 2 minus 10 points. Describe to me in English how the scoring normalization works. I can see that the final score is on a scale of 150, but there has to be some normalization based on the number of records or the number of cases that are handled. So let's, if you handle, 100,000 PDF files, the score won't get inflated. And in particular, um, the penalty for missing cases, how is that normalized and counted against the other scores? Is it the percentage? Is it just a percentage, or explain to me in English how that works? Oops. Okay, it's already slow because the M1 is done. Text layer baseline. Okay. Um, Field extraction. Each field on each case has a weight. Okay. 45 points per case max. Across every case, separately adds up the maximum possible points across every case. Okay. So 50 is unrelated to this 45. So points earned, points possible. Okay. Classification. So your raw points on the max possible scale to 80. Uh, Max possible. Okay. Average, not a sum. Although the others are kind of an average also. 2 times mean Brier. Mean is inherently normalized. Okay, so your average Brier score. 1 minus 2 times, wait a minute. So Brier score, higher is better, higher is worse. Okay, lower is better. Probability that's forecast, actual outcome, 0. Okay, so lower is better. Okay, lower is better, and 0.25 is random. So, because when I got here, Brier, where was it? Mean confidence Brier 23, yeah, so lower is better. So, one minus 2 times mean Brier. So even if you're random, you still get 50% here. But if you're better predictor, then you can get lower mean Brier, higher up to 1, so 20. Okay, so 20 is max. It's a straight percentage. Number of cases you skip divided by total number of cases in the truth set. So in uh, the missing case penalty seems like it's less than the penalty of getting a bad confidence and bad classification and bad extraction. So I'm wondering how bad would your um, how bad would it have to be in order for it to make sense to do missing case? Because it's not obvious to me that getting a taking a chance for on classification, for example, if you said needs review, then you're going to always get some non-zero. Um, if you if you answer needs review, you're always going to get some non-zero score. So it's not obvious to me that it would ever make sense to do to drop a case plan creation. Okay, okay, and one step. Okay, now let's see if this works. During grading, let's also report on the speed because we have a limited time budget of 6 seconds on average per case. So quote the speed in terms of seconds per case. Okay, total score. All right, classification, slightly better than um, average. Extraction, calibration. Mm, Omission is essentially always dominated by just guessing needs review. Classification floor for a blind needs review, guess is never 0. Look at the raw classification points table again. 8 correct, 2 for conservative. No matter what the truth is, guessing needs review earns at least 2 of 8 raw points. Can never score 0. Can never trigger the negative forecastrophic penalty. Omitting the case, by contrast, earns exactly 0 on classification. The denominator, 8 points possible, still counts against you. You get none of it. A wrong field guess and missing case both score 0 for that field. There's no penalty for guessing wrong, only for guessing right versus not. So this section doesn't distinguish omit from guess badly. Omission adds an extra pure penalty on top. Interesting. Put those together. Omit, 0, extraction, negative 0.1, penalty. Guess needs review, plus 0.02. So guessing wins by about 0.03 points per case, even in its worst case outcome. There's no scenario where it's worse. So when does omission actually make sense? Not as a scoring strategy, as a pipeline robustness escape hatch. PDF is genuinely unparsable, and your code can't even reliably extract a case ID to attach a row to. Okay, processing it would risk crashing. Your risk is emitting a structurally invalid row that's worse than either 0 if you can't produce answers. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Okay, we commit M1. For the plots that are generated showing the score trend over time, I think I would like to see um, a stacked bar. I think the showing the total as a I'm trying to think of what's the best way to look at this. I think I would like to see for the classification, extraction, and calibration, also a complementary plot, maybe a dashed line of the same color, or maybe a partially transparent line or weaker color, showing the amount of points remaining. In other words, the gap between the maximum and the achieved, because that helps to focus on where the points are still available. The total does not need this because the total is sort of implicit. But for the individual scores, classification, extraction, and calibration, I think it's worth visualizing it so that we can see where the benefits are to be had. Point that can't be right. 1,040 seconds. Well, I guess it is 0.04 seconds per case. Wow. Mhm. Oh, committed. Whoops. Okay. What's M2? M2 is okay. This guy's still running. All right, let's start on M2. Oh, let's assuming this passes, we'll commit. Okay. Okay. Commit. Okay. Start on M2. Another session is working on M2. Is there anything we can do on M3 in a work tree while that is progressing? So work tree gonna mess up anyway. Create a list of the catastrophic false approvals. Um, in fact, make a HTML file that links to the PDF files that are catastrophic false approvals and all the other errors also, so that I can browse through them and kind of get a sense of what's happening on those cases. It looks as if the performance is not any better or just barely from one or two cases. So has this really been implemented, or are you fooling yourself? I'm just thinking and reading, looking at what's going on. I have. There are no viewers right now. It's okay, Elise. I'm not doing it for viewers. I'm just trying to teach people. Okay, but then you have.
Because I want to be with you for a while.
So this one has a delay, but this is the actual one. See, you're right there.
Yeah.
Okay, go take your shower. Go on.
Shower?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's time for you to go to bed.
Okay, bye, all. See you later if I come back. I'll try the lemonade.
I'll try it later.
What? Wow.
006 rolls. Okay, so there's additional rules files somewhere. Embargo review. I'm not really understanding on 0068 why there's a risk factor for memory because I don't know, is there some rule file that we're missing? How about, is there and you could write a custom script for this if you want, but can you run through the validation set and highlight all the cases where this detection actually changes something? In other words, we're not trying to get truth per se since we don't have truth, but find the cases where it makes a difference. So it seems like, and I don't know which layer this lives on or whether it's or whether it's some additional metadata, is the absence of an evidence sheet or whatever um, the OCR scanned page is missing altogether is a piece of evidence that should, I guess, uh, move it to needs review and never accept or deny. Can you look through the cases and see if there are any of these that do have a OCR page that is present, or are all of these, are a huge fraction of these ones where the OCR page is missing? What's going on? Oh, it's probably searching them. Jesus. Okay. Hmm, interesting. 64 approved. I wonder. Zero zero 0054. Is it possible that these PDF files are somehow corrupted, but it would be recoverable somehow? Like if there's some kind of corruption or something. Look at 0068 more closely and see if there is some way to figure out the memory tampering somehow from it. Bizarre. I don't get it. Is there a way we can add some sort of, I'd like to add some sort of private truth or discount or something where a human review can decide that the truth is incorrect, but not by modifying the truth per se, but by adding additional metadata, like in this case, um, that the memory tampering is not knowable, so that during optimization, when we're scoring, we don't get led astray by these so-called failures that are not actually failures. Why is this taking so long? What kind of user interface or workflow for creating these annotations should we build? I'm thinking something that goes through the failures and allows, well, I'm not sure. How would you propose building a grading tool to mark these discounts? Okay, so this branch is committed. Okay, so we'll 3. Rebase onto master. Hmm. I guess I didn't realize that Tesseract trains on the documents that you're looking for 60 cases. Huh, interesting. OCR into pipeline.py since that's the file M2 is rewriting. Hmm. Okay. Two pass DPI agreement check. Then cut the error rate roughly in half. Cost of 15 seconds per gated case. 0.8 seconds average against the 6-second budget. Both commits are on the M3 OCR batch. Okay. So what are we doing? Full train. Seven minutes. Okay, I guess we'll give this a little time to cook. Allow Claude to use enter work tree. Yes. Okay, what's after M3 OCR? Adjudication tuning. The manual is incomplete by design. Mind the train errors. Group mispredicted cases by pattern. Infer the unstated edge rules. Oh. Keep the decision logic as interpretable rules. That also writes the memo for us. That's blanket, no B13 sheets, but mean 3 slice of that subset is 16.8. Is about break even now. Kills 12 catastrophic false accepts and annual. pre-mined candidates. The manual is incomplete by design. Visible sponsor, attestation, visible registry extract, machine readable text layer. Oh, I see. Multiple review-only flags may combine into a denial in edge cases. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I'm waiting for this. Hopefully it won't take too long. And then, okay, building the waiting for server. Um, no browser. Hmm. Why don't you tell me how to launch the server and I will try it on the command line. And I will need to find the work tree annotate tool. Straightforward enough. Oh, building queue takes about a minute. Oh, I see. All right, M3 is stopped anyway. Okay, so now this guy, okay, this guy has, okay. Um, rebase onto master and Now fast forward master to M3-OCR. Fast forward to master. Describe in more detail what this pipeline.py integration is. I'm not understanding the context for what that means. Fast forward to master first, then let's start work on it. But before we do that, I want to set up a system such that these OCR things can be cached. So maybe a database with the particular version of the OCR combined with the file under test could quickly get the extracted values out so that we don't have to reprocess every time. Because I think it's going to, in order to iterate quickly, I think we're going to have to use caching here. Otherwise, we're going to be waiting forever to do all the OCR. So go ahead and describe to me how you would set up caching. And then once we converge on that, then we can start on the pipeline integration. exit the work tree and go back to the master uh, copy, branch, folder, whatever, and then start on the implementation as you described. I like what you did. Yeah, it's got it down here. Okay, is there anything else I can do in, oh, um, okay, I'll take a break. Hold on. Can you create a batch file for me to run the audit, or sorry, the annotation tool? Okay, so they remove the work tree. Okay. New session. Don't write any code just now, but if we were to try to do parallel processing in order to accelerate the accelerate development, testing, running, how would we go about doing that, and how complicated is it going to be as far as adding complexity to the code? We still have a budget of 6 seconds per application that we still have to stay under, but how can we but for testing, when we don't care that much about, when we care about total throughput instead, I'm thinking about adding a parallel functionality. Also remember that for OCR, we have a cache that is being developed, so that's going to hopefully also accelerate. But when algorithm changes or something needs to be reprocessed, I would like to run in parallel where possible. So what are the options and how bad would that be? Okay, annotation, yeah, because it's taken a while. M2, um, yeah, okay, so I think that's, go ahead and implement this as you've described. And I agree we should avoid page level parallelism, avoid the thread pool. So go ahead and do this. Okay. Sponsor mismatch. SPN 4732. Look at case 001. It's showing that it should be having a sponsor mismatch, but I'm not raising a risk flag, and I don't really understand why. Commit this parallel work, but leave everything else uncommitted. Okay, OCR, embargo review rule. Okay, getting better. M4 is what? Adjudication tuning. A pattern is emerging. I think these are cases where it's going to have to be, hey, I got a viewer. It's going to have to be, um, it's going to have to be a pattern. It's not in any one of the documents. So going to have to, like 001 was um, denied for, where am I? 001 needs review, but there was nothing, sponsor mismatch. There's, nothing about the sponsor in the document by itself. So there's some external rule that, so we need to build up the rule set. And that is what M4 is built for. Nothing anomalous in sponsor ID may appear in other cases documents. So I think we're ready to start on M4 and try to build up the rules for our that are absent. So some of these are rejected or needs review for no reason that's visible in the application itself. So there's some invisible rule book that contains rules that we need to reverse engineer from the patterns in the data. So I think in order to do this, we need to crunch down the applications into a CSV file or some similar record. And then we can cross-reference that against the truth um, in order to identify um, and then once in that condition, we can sort on, um, well, we can join against the truth table and then start sorting and racking and stacking and seeing if, like, for instance, maybe there's some sponsors that are automatically bad, or maybe there are some species that are automatically, biohazard, or, that kind of thing. And so in that CSV view, we'll be able to sort and rank, and maybe some of those patterns will emerge. I'm thinking like in Excel, um, or maybe the agent would also be able to do it. So anyway, how do we produce that CSV file that we can join with the truth table for the training set in order to begin deriving those rules? Hmm. I guess I don't need the, huh, so I guess I don't actually need that. So the training labels themselves I can start using for the rules. Um, I'm going to make a copy of this so that I'm not monkeying with the original. Mm, risk flags, sponsor mismatch. So why don't I do sort and filter? Uh, these are denied. That's interesting. Research. This one's also research. Dip. Visa class. So diplomatic. XW1, XW2. Hmm. Okay. Are these all different? Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, those are all different. No, they're not all different. Interesting. Unknown as always. Hmm. I'm looking at the truth table for the training, and something that I'm finding is it appears that when the truth fee status is unknown, then it always needs review. And when the truth fee status is unpaid, it's denied. And this is true 100% of the time. And so I don't know how exactly our detection of fee status matches the truth fee status, but this looks like a hard rule. And this is true um, even for individuals with illegible biometrics. So illegible biometrics does not turn adjudication into a rejection, into a denial. Um, yeah, this looks like it's independent of anything else. So I think that means we can cull those and look and focus on the other fields. Let's create a document to start containing the rules that we're finding. There's another rule that it appears if I see in the flags, in the risk flags, illegible biometrics by itself, those are never approved and always denied or needs review. I'm going to look now at the ones where illegible biometrics is combined with something else. Um, and the adjudication, yeah, so illegible biometrics means it's always needs review or denied. Um, Now, how ineligible, how, sorry, how illegible biometrics connects to the PDF, I don't quite know because the PDF doesn't have a field that says illegible biometrics true or risk factor illegible biometrics. So I think it's something else like the OCR, the raster page is missing or something like that. So we're going to have to try to estimate how we derive illegible biometrics from the PDF. But we're not going to do that right now because right now we're focused on the rules. All right, let's look at planetary embargo. Planetary embargo, planetary embargo. Also, based on the truth values, I can see that planetary embargo is 100% denial. See, but this is Wolf 1061C. So how is planetary embargo? Planetary embargo. Hmm. It looks like Wolf 1061C is, oh, diplomacy. Uh-huh. Denied, denied, denied. Okay. So I don't know what the planetary embargo versus none 1061C. Maybe sometimes they catch the planetary embargo and sometimes they don't. It looks like the homeworld of Wolf-1061C is always a denial unless the visa class is DIP-1. And DIP-1 is not always an approval, but a non-diplomatic visa class is always denied. Unknown is always needs review, unpaid is always denied. Okay, biohazard red. Eris relay. Or T2 equals zeta re. Hmm. Titan Freeport. Serious outburst. Zeta reticuli. Andromedon is not always. Arcturian sometimes. Hmm. Ineligible biometrics. Hmm. Illegible. Okay, so we have got partial rules. Illegible biometrics and memory tampering. Transit 7. P status unknown. Non-dip wolf 1061. it looks like visa status of transit 7 is always denied. should look random. I'm struggling to find additional rules even among the truth. So, I mean, never mind the um, how we get the risk flags from the documents, but even among the truth values, I'm not seeing the rule for approval and denial. What? No, that's not right. Hard flag. No, well, revoked sponsor. These are all different. Let's look at 175. 7978. Manual educator note. Okay, so we're going to need, so distinct from the parsing and the rules, I think there's, and this also, I guess, feeds into confidence. I think we need to grade the source files to look for manual adjudication notes and also to look for um, degraded OCR of two types. Number one is very blurry, where the um, the text is blocky, and also sheared images. There are some where there are many shear lines through the images that cause the reading to be really bad. So let's I'm not sure how to go about this because I don't want to throw a LLM at every single document. Um, but let's um, maybe you can propose detectors for these three things: the manual adjudication, the blur, and the shear cases. On document 175 of the training set, there is on the fourth page a an example of a shared image. And the shear happens to go right through some text, which if you look closely, if I'm looking with my eyes, I can see it says sponsor mismatch, but it's been sheared. So in order to recover sponsor mismatch, we're going to have to be able to handle this type of case. And it says manual adjudicator note at the top of the fourth page. As an example of the blurred, blocky images, the second page on application 0028 is a case where the text is so blurred that it's not very readable. I don't know if there's an algorithm that can reverse this blur, but the situation is pretty bad in this case. let's look at the confidence score and see if there's a correlation between correctness and the fuzziness of the documents or something like that that we can exploit in order to get a measure of, oh my gosh, a measure of um, predict the accuracy and see if it's exploitable to get some score points for the confidence. Okay, so what else? Why is this taking so long? I guess we'll get a record of how slow it is. Although I guess I should um, I'm gonna need a I can't use up all 6 seconds because they're Their Docker might not be the same as my Docker, speed-wise. What else can I do? We had this original plan. Adjudication, tuning, confidence. I guess that's M5. Hardening, submission. One, needs review. Paid. So this has got to have some other rule. Okay. 2, approved. Visa class dip 1. Observed flags, none. Three is denied. Okay, Wolf 1061C, none. So this one we should be able to get. Needs review. Because it doesn't have a rescinded denial. What the hell is a rescinded denial? Okay. Score is darker train. Total score 109. Yeah, same. Known revoked sponsors. 007. Non-dip 00139. 4040. 'Branch identity, not fuzziness. Confidence was handset per decision rule, as several branches were badly miscalibrated against their actual train accuracy. No sponsor was submitted 0.65, but it's read only 30% of the time. No arrival date 0.7. Finding note, disqualifying flag. Since the buyer score is minimized by submitting each branch's true accuracy, I replaced the hand values with smooth empirical accuracies. This validated out of sample. Confidence is fitted on the dev, split 14. Hmm. Hmm. Um,
I brushed my teeth and I flossed and I mouthwashed. Any views right now?
I don't think so. Nope, not right now. I had a total of 10 for my whole thing, but most people come for about 30 seconds.
30 seconds. How is that so specific? So you're just online right now on private.
It's not private, it's public. But
Huh?
It's public. Anyway. Yay, I guess. Going slightly up. So in this case, the calibration confidence went slightly up. 14. Hmm. Hmm. I guess this is. I guess this is decent. Can you create a CSV file that has the extracted values together with the truth values for the training set? Because what I want to look at is, for example, I'm a little bit surprised that filtering on fee unpaid or fee unknown is not giving higher confidence, or that the best confidence is not 100%. So I guess what I'm looking for is how, why that's true. So um, if you can make a CSV file that contains all that, then that would be helpful for me to understand if we're ever getting that wrong and what those cases look like. So please make that CSV file for me. 003. Zero nine nine. One two two. Planetary embargo. Oh, 918. Yeah. Nine six five. Looks like denied to me. Home world embargo. Finding. What? In this CSV file that you just created, it looks like the finding is almost always blank, at least more than half the time. So I don't really understand what's going on here. Oh, 0013. 0033. No sponsor. Zero 047. Yay. Okay. Well, I think I need to call it a night pretty soon. How long did this run last time? 10 minutes? And when I ran in the container, 800 seconds. It's like 10 minutes. Ah, finished. Thank God. Oh, that's a minor increment. That's a minor increment. Okay. 114. Not, it's hard to get excited about that. Still, classification has a long way to go. Okay. Um, yeah. So I think tomorrow I might look at uh, blame issue or blame concept of trying to allocate the failures to different failure modes and seeing if maybe non exclusive failure modes, but um, and then see if, although it's tricky because if I knew why I was failing, then well, I guess see what we can do about and maybe it's a supervised allocation to failure modes, and then take some of the bigger ones and see if there's some kind of narrow deep dive on a single example. We can get the like the shared text was one where looking at that, maybe that's oh, maybe it's my internet. uh okay, it looked like my internet flaked out for a second. Okay, anyway, try push again. There we go. All right. Okay, well, I guess we'll see. um what do I still have? Okay, anyway. Okay, well, it's been fun. Fun so far. I will see you guys.